Welcome, everyone. Sorry for the delay. I want to welcome you to the board meeting tonight. And we are calling it back into session at 6:18. And I want to let you know the meeting is being recorded. So we are on to the flag salute. We have someone very special today that's going to lead the flag salute. So if our honor band students can please stand at the podium to lead us in the flag salute, we will join them in the flag salute, and they will take a seat again, and we will be recognizing them shortly. So band students, you're going to lead us in the flag salute and then have a seat, please. Okay?
Okay, 3, 2, 1. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Thank you very much, honor band students. Okay, so we're on to item 7, community and staff recognition, student and staff recognition. And it's Rancho San Justo. Hey, Rancho San Justo, come on up.
It is my honor to be here at the Principal Rancho. I speak privately and publicly that I have the best job in the world. So I'm super happy to be here, and I did a little. Do I have a clicker? Practice with my clicker. So all about Rancho. As it turns out, I actually own the outfit that my sister is wearing. I used to be a style guy. I couldn't do this job, and Frida is not with us here, but she always watches board meetings. So I want to acknowledge her that she's probably watching from afar, but I couldn't do my job without her help. So I'm always very grateful for her positive spirit and fabulous ideas. But we came to Rancho and have you a little clip for us? We gotta go down. Where should I point it? Anywhere, right? Oh. There we go. Oh, it works. Okay. Did I do it too fast? I don't know. Rancho this year for our focus as new administrators is culture and climate. Very famous leaders have said culture eats strategy for breakfast. So we're very much focused on the culture of Rancho. And our first good news is that Rancho is no longer in CSI.
Yay!
Teachers, staff, but I'm very, very grateful for all of your hard work. So I inherited some wonderful things. That was great. Oh, now I'm not cooking it. Javier, are you cooking it? Nope. Ta-da! Thank you. So a couple quick good things for you. I can be very verbose, and Rancho said 5 minutes. But we're going to talk quickly about culture and climate, about our ASD and CBIS, the Bronco well, and then our new status as a community school, all of which is outstanding for Amazing Rancho. For culture and climate, again, that's our focus for the year. We hope to make the school feel welcoming to all of our students and all of our staff. I know that's the whole district focus. Some current stats that I can't read too well from here. We have approximately 480 Amazing Rancho Broncos. You can see in the data, which is a little bit far from us, but my attendance is up, or our attendance is up.
Yay!
Why I think that is happening. A couple of points. So great. Our chronic absenteeism is down, which is what we want.
Yay! Yes.
And so here's just some photos of some of the fun things audience has been so happy with one of our first rallies. And we really welcomed our students this year, and I think we have continued to do that on a daily basis and make them feel as special as they all are. I'll skip through that one. We use the tiers that you know and well so much from PBIS, but we really took a look at our foundations. We changed our master schedule. So everyone's together, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. We're always there together. We have great instructional strategies. We've got a great team in constructive meeting who's really helping us strengthen things in the classroom. And then you can see up through the tiers of support the different things we're trying to do for supporting all of our students, having a welcoming campus. And then we have both academic and social emotional support along the way. From here, I can't actually read them, which is unfortunate, but they are there. And our foundation started strong, and now we're just continuing to support them. The red speaks to our wellness center specifically because we do handle crisis and ongoing social emotional concerns through there. But all the way up, we have a lot of great things on campus. That one. So ASB and PBIS, acronyms that everyone knows very well from the world of education, but they are our just prime foundation for having happy Broncos and a happy staff. So PBIS at Rancho, PBIS is an evidence-based practice. I know as a district we do it, as a state we do it, as a nation we do it. So we're very, very happy to always be positive and reinforce and train on the behaviors we want to see. We have a dedicated person this year with a prep, so she really helps focus our energies. We review at every staff meeting, what are we doing to support positive climate? What are we doing to retrain the kids when we don't get it right? And we really work collaboratively on that as a teaching staff. And then we've added advisory lessons. So every Wednesday, if you're a Rancho Bronco, you get about a 6-minute lesson, and every third one is on a PBIS focus. It could be tardy. We've had a lot of late Broncos lately. So it could be tardy. It could be proper language. We discourage hate speech, so we have to be explicit in what that looks like, even on the basketball court, for example. So we dive into the specifics of PBIS, and we're launching a data-driven way to do it digitally, so we'll have even more data. We'll know what's going on with our kids, who's not being recognized, who we need to focus on. So it's going to help us make a lot more decisions. And then something that's really, really key and essential to Rancho. That should be have an animation, but I want to take a minute to thank Erica Robledo de of our leadership, of our ASB, and unfortunately the photos kind of are blocking it out, but that one's a pretty phenomenal one. That's us kids every day. She's led us through Spirit Week, dances, dress-up days, college days, rallies, everything that really makes such a fun part of being on campus is all completely due to Erica. We just could not do it without her. So if everyone could just take it. So Erica also is super concerned with our greater school community. She epitomizes what we are leaning towards becoming a community school. On the left is for fundraiser for Sophie, one of our longest term employees who we lost this year with Sophie Costa. She organized a very successful walkathon that had terrific participation, and the family was so grateful. So Erica did all of that. And then on the right, she always has, not me because I can't run, but everybody else goes to the Red Ribbon Edition 10. But she's just an integral part of bringing Rancho to the community and bringing the community back to Rancho. So we just could not do it without her. So I want to say many, many, many thanks from all of us. And these are just some examples. We have great dances. Most of the kids dance, but it kind of takes about an hour for them to warm up. But we have spirit weeks, we have everything. So the ASB is really the heart and soul of a lot of fun things on our campus that do increase our attendance, that does decrease our suspensions. So it's all part and parcel to our focus on our climate and culture. Did I turn it off again? No? Okay, now, there we go. And so as part of all the things we're doing on campus to support our kids, we had to take a look at the social emotional needs of our children, not only post-COVID, but just the world in general is changing. And so our Bronco Well, Samantha, is the linchpin of making this all work. She's done it before at the high school. We did it together. It was very easy for her to open the well. And the WELL is sort of short for wellness, or wellness resources. And it's become, these are photos of us just opening. And Erin, thank you for helping us get some of the facility needs met. But it's a single space for children to get all the resources that they need, and our families. So we're growing it, it's evolving, but this is our first step into offering these services. And middle school kids are wonderfully receptive. So when we say, hey, if you need help, go to the WELL, 9 times out of 10, they'll do it. So we're really opening that up for them to seek support for themselves. And so we are using it's a centralized location for all of our resources. We have multiple providers. Thanks to the district, we have a school social worker. We also have a lot of community people on our campus. So every day there's someone there for our kiddos. We are open for drop-ins, we make appointments, and they're starting to do a lot of lunchtime activities. Again, in the hope of normalizing, but it's okay to not be okay all the time. Here's some tools you can use to get through the day. We collect all our data on why they're there, what the outcomes are, and then we turn those into a Wednesday lesson. So when there's anxiety coming through in the data, then that's our next lesson. So it integrates really well. And there's a shopping day, they're supposed to be jumping, but we opened up a Bronco closet, and the students populated it with their clothes, the students edit it, and then they shop in it about 3 or 4 lunch times a week. And at our last ELAC meeting, after the meeting, we toured the wellness space and the closet, and the family shopped. So I think it's the first time I've cried at work, because it was so touching. They were so excited. They took clothes. They had little ones with them, so they took the smaller clothes. So it just really was a wonderful experience. The Wellness Center offers peer group, case management, school-based counseling, and then crisis support. So we have all of those through that center. And again, all in one place. Students know where to go. Students know how to access it, and we can really support them much, much better. And then finally, Rancho is a community school. So we're super happy to be recipients of that grant, because we can take these small steps that we're doing and make it much bigger to support everybody. So this is just a copy of the grant proposal, but we know we'd like the Wellness Center to be open at night, so families could come. We have a lot of families whose children are struggling with video game addiction, like that's the big one that's coming through, so we would offer some resources at night for families to how to extricate your child from their electronics over time. So that's one of the many ideas, but we're really excited about the grant and have a ton of ideas included on there. We love CTE, so we hope to bring back culinary. Ideally, we're going to have robotics. We're expanding our art offering. Don't know if I want to own a kiln. I'll talk to Erin about that. There's ceramics. But we're going to work integrated with the high school to set kids up so that they already know before they get there what avenues they might want to go down. So we're really excited about the opportunity to build our CTE programs on campus. And that, right now, is Rancho.
Yay, thank you.
Okay, now we have some certificates, something special for the honor band. If you would like to, you're going to call them up?
If we can have the board stand right here. So, a big moment for our honor band students. They were able to participate in the Central Coast along with their instructors that went with them. And I know that we have been very blessed in our district to have band as a option, and there was a time when we didn't have it, but we're so glad that we have it and that our students are able to participate and able to get to know each other across the district. The students today are a representation of students across several schools, and we're honoring them today for their participation in a program that was out of town and was with other students that are their peers and their age as they competed, and they did well. So if you can help me give them a round of applause when it's Ms. Ladero, would you like to announce the name? Yeah. Oh, hey! We have pictures, we have photographers in the audience. And
Okay, let's start with Dinah Black. Dinah actually goes to Mays Middle School. Desiree Azevedo. Yeah, Desiree goes to AAA, and she's only a 5th grader.
Wow.
And she competed with kids all the way up to 8th grade.
Wow.
Emiliano Castaneda from Rancho. He's also a good one major.
Wow. Great. Impressive. Thank you.
Eduardo Cervantes is also from AAA.
Congratulations.
Caleb Giles from Sunny Slope. And Evelette McDonald from HDLA. I was going to say, now do I get a picture?
yeah, have them come this way. Yeah. You want to come this way, students?
Maybe
In front of the board?
Some of them have their medals on too.
Yeah.
Receive their medals.
You can sit next to
Really, I was a little tall. You want me on your certificate? Oh, did I just? Well, I got one for you.
Here, 1, 2, 3, cheese.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, no. Yeah.
Thank you, Susan. Are we good? I think that we can sit.
Okay.
Okay, so we have. Thank you. have another, another recognition tonight. We have our coordinator, Patricia Martinez, if you'd like to come forward. She has a presentation.
Good evening.
Okay.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and Superintendent Sanchez. Trying to get the mic. Thank you. Although I probably don't need a mic if I really wanted to talk. So people at home. Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Of course, I did this coming to the rescue. Thank you so much. Let's try that again. Good evening, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Sanchez, cabinet members, and the educational community members present here and at home online. I am Patricia Martinez, coordinator of community schools, and I also love my job. I manage the grant that provided more funding for those in-classroom and outside classroom services, such as the Wellness Center and the food bank. I'm here to present the Community Hero Award to the IT department. Last summer, when I sat down with Brandon Johnson, the Director of Instructional Technology here at Hollister School District, there was no hesitation. He said, we will help you with whatever you need. And so we sat down and we crafted a plan to help parents access the technology that they need for their students. So we wanted to, in our efforts to close the technology gap, we set out to build parent capacity with a lot of those prerequisite skills that parents need to access and to be participants in partners in education with us. And we also wanted to provide culturally relevant training for our parents. So we made sure to have training in English and Spanish. We had 3 workshops. We had 3 workshops, there we go. We had 3 workshops that dealt with getting an email, accessing your email. Some of our parents participated with their older students and they had to ask them, what's my password again? And then they helped parents with accessing Aries, getting onto Parent Square and managing that. Also, if they had multiple students, they helped them kind of streamline it with the high school Parent Square, and then they realized they had all these messages for all of the schools. So, and then they also help parents with mobile device apps and help them with a QR code and getting them familiar with the QR codes and then accessing our website for the district. They went way above and beyond, often staying later than the workshops, coming when there was stormy weather out. We had anywhere between 5 to 21 participants at the 3 workshops, and they actually helped. It was like one-on-one IT support for our parents. And what was really heartwarming was that the employees also, our team also enjoyed helping out, and they said we should do this at every school. So it was very rewarding for them as well to share their knowledge. So I included some of our pictures. So we had our gracious host HDLA, and then we also, aside from the 3 community school IT workshops, we also held a migrant-only workshop, and that was held at R.L. Hardin. That was held at a later time. So I just want to thank, I wanted to, I left my present back there, but I wanted to, accepting for the IT department is Javier Medina, And I wanted to call him up here so he could shake your hands, accepting for the whole department. Again, thank you for everything that you do for our kids.
All the way.
Thank you. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for supporting community schools.
Okay, we're on to item 8, closed session announcements. The board has voted 5-0 to release 2 certificated administrators. And item 9, approve the agenda. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion that we approve the agenda.
I'll second.
Okay, roll call vote. Trustee Marks?
Aye.
Trustee Grist?
Aye.
Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor?
Aye.
And I am an aye. And item 10, public comments.
So we have 3 people who would like to speak this evening. The first is Nicole Duffins. She wants to talk about the geography bee. I'm excited to hear this.
Right. Good evening, Board of Trustees and Superintendent Sanchez and everyone else who's here today. So everyone is really invited to the Geography Bee. We held it for the first time last year, and I just want to thank you again for the service award that I received. I really appreciate that. So now I can say this is our 2nd annual Geography Bee, and all the schools that are participating will hold it this Thursday after school at their respective sites. So we have Calaveras, Lab Lane, Marguerite Mays, Rancho San Justo, and Rancho Santana schools. And so this is done like all volunteer work, and so we just really appreciate everyone chipping in to make this happen for our students. So what is the Geography Bee? So it's not about correctly spelling things like Sri Lanka, it's about where is Sri Lanka? And so like what continent is it part of, and different questions like that. And so we really try to make it accessible for students, and so we're really excited to have this competition, and of course you are all invited. And so there's also a district-wide competition that is at the HDLA gym Thursday, March 14th at 2:30. Was there a question? Or?
What time?
What time? Okay, so like the one at Mays is at 2:15 this Thursday, February 29th. But I know each site gets out differently on the minimum days, so I'm not quite sure when the other sites' times are, but like right after school, basically. And so the one on March 14th, that's where the top 3 champions from each participating school, so there's 5 schools times 3 students, we'll have 15 of them. They will compete in the HDLA gym Thursday, March 14th at 2:30, and they can win really exciting prizes. And I want to thank the LEA funds request. Like Mrs. Barraza runs that, and so we actually have a Polaroid camera they can win, Apple AirPods, or a drone. So pretty cool stuff, and they'll have like geography themed goodie bags as well for all participants. And so this was inspired by the National Geographic Geography Bee, and it just honors students' academic skills. Okay, I think that's it. All right, thank you.
So next up, we have Nancy speaking to us about the AAA.
Good evening, Superintendent Sanchez, Board of Trustees. I'd like to start this evening by thanking Superintendent Sanchez and Trustee Toski for visiting Cal and AAA before the February break. It was really nice to see you there on campus. And I hope that in your time that you were there, you were able to see the amazing things that were going on in the classrooms and elsewhere on campus. And I'd also like to thank Trustees Martinez and Marks for speaking up for AAA at the end of the last board meeting. That was a first glimmer of hope that the staunch supporters of AAA have seen or heard or felt for a year. Which brings me to what I wanted to share with you this evening, just to give this thing a little perspective. February 28th, 2023, last year, a year tomorrow, the superintendent's report included some slides regarding the feasibility and steps towards exploring a AAA move to Mays Middle School. Then on March 9th, a community meeting was held at AAA. And on April 25th, we appeared on the agenda. And that was our marathon meeting till nearly 2 o'clock in the morning. I have a copy of the minutes from that meeting. And one of the things that I wanted to highlight was that when Facilities Director Bezzetta had explained all of the procedures that go into the cost of adding structures, in addition to the cost of the structures themselves. And Trustee Perez had asked if it would be realistic that the district could get that done by August. And Director Bezzetta said that he would get back to the board on that. And to my knowledge, we haven't, as a community at AAA, have not heard anything from that. Don't want to call it a promise, but from that statement. Trustee Martinez, you had said that the facilities at Callan AAA really did need to be addressed. And I hope that while you were there, you could see some of the things that really needed to be taken care of, in addition to the request that AAA is making for additional portables. And Trustee Grist, you motioned to leave Calaveras and AAA at status quo and that wonderful marathon meeting. And it was a 4-to-1 vote to keep AAA status quo. I have too many pieces of paper here tonight. May, June, July, August, kind of summer break. We weren't really thinking too much about the situation. But beginning in September, I know that I have been at every meeting. I'm sure you're probably tired of seeing me at every meeting. But this is now month number 6. Every meeting we have asked for an update. We've been asking to be put onto the agenda so that we can have an open discussion.
Your time is up. Finish your sentence, please.
Okay, thank you. The board, along with the administration, is here to make sure that the needs of the students are being met. And I really don't see that as a priority with AAA and with Calaveras, especially when we have continued to be at the meetings and asking to have that open communication. We want to be part of the solution, not part of the problem, and we really want to make sure that Cal and AAA are valued just as much as the other schools in the district. Thank you.
Next up is Raya. Did I say it right? Oh, is it Raya and Mia?
Good evening, Board of Trustees and Superintendent Sanchez. We are students at the Accelerated Achievement Academy and would like to talk to you about our grade school. We both came from Sierra Vista where we were taught well. Even with this great education resulting scores, we had a much higher jump in scores at AAA because we were all taught together. Overall, our scores jumped an amazing 24 points in language arts and 12 points in math. From 4th grade to 5th grade, again because we were taught together. Also, from 4th grade to 5th grade again, because we were taught together. Also, if we need more time to understand a problem or concept we're being taught, the teachers can just keep teaching until we get it, because we don't have to stop at the end of the class period like in the regular middle schools. Right now, we need additional portables just to fit our current students without dropping another class. Please remember that we've already lost 2 4th grade classes and 1 5th grade class because of the lack of space. What is happening right now is Calaveras is growing, pushing their need for more space. They're not giving us the portables we need. They're shrinking our school. We're a blue ribbon, high-performing school, so why are you not supporting us in meeting our needs? Our parents are wondering this too. Last spring, you said we could stay where we were. Because it looked to us, you understood the neighbors' need to keep AAA with Calaveras. Obviously, if we are staying there, then we need more portables. By not meeting our space needs, you are causing our school to shrink and cause a lot of tension between Calaveras and AAA. We love our school and we do not want to move. These schools have been together for 17 years. It seems unfair that we want to move us now. There are several families at AAA that will find it hard to get their kids to another school, so again, we need more portables. Please do the right thing and get us the portable classrooms we desperately need. Thank you for your attention to this very important issue. We hope to hear from you soon.
Okay, item 11, report. We will now hear a report on Extended Learning Opportunities Program Update by Stacy Benner.
All right, good evening, Superintendent Sanchez and Board of Trustees. Tonight, I would like to share with you of how far the Expanded Learning Opportunities program has come and grown since August. On the screen on my presentation, you can see here that we have 3 providers, 17 Hollister School District staff and members, some are in the audience tonight, and 704 students enrolled and currently growing. So tonight, I'd like to recognize the amazing staff that I do have. And with this Friday, March 1st, is Staff Appreciation Day. What great timing this is for them. The staff has taken and learned beyond, they take the learning beyond the classroom. Each one of them brings something unique to our team. I would like to thank each one of them for their dedication and commitment to this program. I could not do it without them. So I would like to recognize some of them are here with us tonight. I'll go through and I would like, when I call your name, come up, and I have a special certificate and gift for you to recognize you for all your hard work. So let's start with our main big boss, Dr. Colleen Myers. So Dr. Myers is my support. She helps me and she keeps the program grounded and keeps us going every day. So I couldn't do it without her, so thank you. Next, I would like to acknowledge Anita Seringhouse. She is our district nurse that also works alongside of me and supports all of our staff and sites every day. She checks in on them through text messages, visiting the site. So Anita, thank you. The next 2, I believe, are not here, but they are both of my outstanding secretaries, Leonore Rojas, as well as Annabelle Alvarez. So they'll get their certificates. Next up, I have another outstanding site lead. She works at AAA Calaveras. Her name is Carissa Robinson. I have another outstanding site lead. She works at Sierra Vista, Adelina Bustamante. Next, I have a teacher that works as our disc golf teacher at our after-school program at Sierra Vista, Mr. Talavera. He's not here tonight. Next up, I have another outstanding site lead. She works at HDLA along with Maze, is Lizette Zendeja. I have another support, a paraprofessional. She works at HDLA supporting our TK Kinder group. Her name is Veronica Cisneros. Another supporting para that also works and supports a student one-on-one that's medically fragile at HDLA, Maria Sandoval. I have another supporting paraprofessional that also helps the TK Kinder group, Roberto Jabato Silva. Another support, a paraprofessional that also works one-to-one with a medically fragile student at HDLA is Malaysia Alvarez. I have another outstanding site lead. She works at Lad Lane. Her name is Erica Perez. I have two teachers at Lad Lane that also supports the program. One is a STEM teacher, Mrs. Fisher. And then I have a STEAM teacher at Lad Lane that also supports the program, Mrs. Parker. I have another outstanding site lead from RO Hardin, Jacqueline Owen. I have another support. She is one of our health clerks during the day, but her night job is one of my paraprofessionals. She subbed a lot. She did our intercession and worked with one of our medically fragile students in our intercession last week, Tamara Hagan. I have another outstanding site lead. She works at Rancho Santana, Kelly Manley. We have another outstanding site lead. He works at Sunny Slope, Andy Astudillo. And my last but not least, I have another paraprofessional. He also works with a medically fragile TK student, Ezekiel Torres at Sunny Slope. So once again, thank you everyone for your support and help. I couldn't do it without you, outstanding staff members that I have. Thank you for that. All right, let's continue. So next up, just kind of a reminder, our enrollment process focuses on our priority student groups. The process for next school year has begun. Parents have been notified, and it's posted on our website in English and Spanish, as well as on Parent Square. They were notified of the upcoming changes. Families will be invited to the program next year personally, and my site leads will be contacting them this month on the phone or in person, inviting them into the program for next school year. As you know, it's not a rollover program. It's qualified year by year. And so it's rolled out by tiers. And so we're going to have the priority group 1, where they hit the criteria of all 4 areas, will be our first to invite. And then it's so on for priority group 2, where it has 3 areas that they meet that criteria. And as a reminder, our criteria is our foster youth, our unhome homeless, our social economically disadvantaged, and our ELs, and we'd like to include our reclassified, our RFEP students in there to keep them being supported and ongoing in our program. We're going to exhaust that list first before we open up a waiting list to anyone that doesn't hit that criteria. And that will be an ongoing process. It will be communicated to the parents ongoing, again on Parent Square. It's set to go out on March 1st, so every month going forward. You have a question?
Yeah, a comment. This is an excellent program, and your reviews are like, okay, this is an excellent program, and your reviews here are just incredible. I don't think, and I think you should. This is my use the word free, because so many parents are paying hundreds of dollars a week. services, especially during when school is not in session. And I think we need to advertise that because I think some of the groups that we hit don't realize it's free.
I do get that question sometimes, and then they're surprised, really?
Yeah. And I think we should have it in our literature. Okay. Because I think we'll get more kids, and the amount of kids you get is just phenomenal. I really appreciate all the hard work you do.
Thank you. So up next is just a little bit of each of our providers. As you know, Youth Alliance serves AAA and Cal students, R.O. Hardin and Sunny Slope. That's our current numbers, but like I said, I have some new students joining next Monday, so our numbers are continuing to climb. Next up, we have Alevo. Alevo is at HDLA, Margaret Mays, and Rancho San Justo. YMCA is at Lad Lane, Sarah Vista, and Rancho Santana. Here I have our 4 vendors. We have Forsha. They offer 3 different programs. They have Game It, which is a coding class. They have Beats, which is a digital musical class. And they have Visual Arts, which is hands-on digital and arts media. They're currently focusing on ceramics right now. The San Benito Arts Council is song and dance. She focuses on TK through 5th grade students. Comes with a variety of songs and engaging games and activities. Lift is my new culinary class this week that they are having, I believe it's last week was a quesadilla, something with broccoli slaw and that, but the kids, it's healthy options and the kids are really enjoying it. And then we have our new vendor, Community Solutions, is joining us. I've asked them to do student groups focusing on SEL, bullying, and how to get along with others, those social skills. So they're going to be starting with our 5th through 7th graders, and then go down to 4th graders. We're going to start at HDLA. These 3 teachers I spoke about earlier in the recognition, Mr. Talavera, he does disc golf. I kind of brought this that he gave me. He has a disc golf club, he calls it, from Service as the Shark. So the kids really enjoy that. He focused on 4th through 8th graders to join that Monday, Wednesday, and Friday for an hour and 15 minutes or so, and they get out there on the lawn and participate. Adelina, who is my site lead, does a great job going out there, checking on them, taking pictures, encouraging them, making sure they have the water and the snack after they've done the activity. Then we have Mrs. Fisher. She is a STEM teacher. She focuses on our 2nd and 3rd graders at Lad Lane. She does class on Thursdays for an hour. And then Mrs. Parker, she does the STEAM. She focuses on our TK through 1st graders for an hour on Thursdays. So before we look forward, I just wanted to take a step back and just kind of share with you. Last week we had our first intercession week in our program. We had about 50% of our kids or so attend. It's optional, it's voluntary, but it's mandated as part of the grant for our 30 days. So this was our very first intercession as well as the provider's first intercession. And it was great. I worked the whole week, checking in on the sites. Monday and Tuesday we had assembly, so all the students were bused to Rancho. On Monday, they did the Native American history lesson. They got exposed to their culture and learned some songs and dances. The kids were able to engage and come on the floor and do the activities with the leader. On Tuesday, we had a magician, Calvin the magician. So he brought some magic tricks that all the kids were engaged and waiting for the next one, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, our older kids visited Hollister Hills. They went on a guided hike with the ranger there. Absolutely loved it. I was a little nervous with the weather that came Tuesday. But she said no. She went out and laid special rocks along the streams for the kids to get across. Pictures, it was beautiful. Great reports from the kids and the leaders. So looking ahead, we have our next intercession in a couple weeks, March 25th through the 29th. What we will have planned there, on Tuesday I have another assembly. We have Coventry and Calusa. They're a clown comedy act, a husband and wife team. Great reviews, so looking forward to hearing and seeing them. And then on Wednesday, we have our March Madness event. All our schools, all our providers are coming together as one at Rancho. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna open up with a rally with the Hollister High School cheerleaders, coming to amp them up and get them excited. All our kiddos and staff will be dressed in t-shirts that I have ordered with March Madness. And on the back of is Hollister School District with our 3 providers on there. And then they will go through rotations. Our nutrition team, Ann, thank you, she'll be doing a barbecue lunch for the kids. And then we're gonna wrap up with a finale of a color run. So all the kids are gonna have a color run. They'll be going through color stations throughout the track area. And then everyone will end with a nice medal of participation and excitement for being there.
I want to be in your class.
So yeah, we're looking forward to that, and as well as the kids, and our numbers are climbing, right? Kids want to participate, they want to be there in March. They're telling their parents, no, I don't want to go on vacation. I want to go to this program. So that's what it's all about, right? Is the kids. And then just looking ahead, we have our taiko drummers. They're set to come June 14th. We have our BMX assembly coming June 12th. We have our field trip. I'm still working out the logistics, but we have Gilroy Gardens. We're gonna go on June 7th. And then I'm still working with Levi Stadium to get us in there. And it's kind of a virtual / in-person field trip. So I'm looking forward to trying getting us in there either summer or in the fall. So those are some of the things that we're looking forward to, as well as our big June intercession into July will be happening with more information with that coming soon. Then our student voices, and the last presentation, I know Dr. Myers did it for me. I wasn't here, but some of the kids kind of shared, and I did a student survey. And so I wanted to hear the kids' voices. The first one I just did in person and just asked them and interviewed them. This time I wanted them to participate in a Google Form survey. And so that was out to our 3rd and 8th grade students. And so they're here for you. But one that kind of stuck out that I thought was great was that they said some of the best things about CASA is that I can get all of my homework done, so I have more free time at home. They have fun events for kids, parents, and leaders to enjoy, and I can spend more time with my siblings. Isn't that funny? Yeah, and then our Power Hour is something new at R.O. Hardin. Our CASA put together a Power Hour because Thursday they have that extra time. And so they get out there on the lawn and grass and they do some activities. You'll see it in the video at the end. On the next slide, parents' voice. I know you wanted to know, what are the parents saying, right? And so I have a parent survey currently out there. It's been open since January. I constantly remind the parents and the administrators, share it with them. I want to hear the good and the bad. So most of them, here, as you can see in the pie graph, most of them are happy with what they have seen with our providers. So that's great in blue. And then here's some other comments that parents have said. The last one is in Spanish. The parent said, my children love the program. But one that stood out to me that I thought was great to hear was the middle one. It says, I am always happy with after school program. It helps us to put our children in a safe environment and providing them additional learnings while we parents are at work. Thank you, HSD, for having this kind of program for our children in the community. And of course, there's always work to be done, right? So I know the goods here, but I know some of the feedback that I've gotten for room of improvement. They would like to see more homework time. They want homework completion. Most of our providers don't do homework completion, it's homework support. So we're working on that, making sure we're getting that bridge between the day teachers into the afternoon to make sure we're supporting the kids all around. And then one other thing that is a big takeaway is they don't like the 6 o'clock, PM dismissal, which is allocated, with the guidelines with the grant, and ACEs as well. So we have the early pickup codes to help with that and support them with that. And here is my video. So lastly, I'd like to just kind of show you a snapshot of our adventures in ELOP. It's a little bit long, it's 5 minutes. So if you just bear with me and kind of watch all the fun things that happen. slogan on the front there, we're learning and fun collide is their slogan on the t-shirts for our March Madness. All right.
Any questions? Thank you. Any questions?
Just one. Do you ask, at the end, are you gonna ask, like, from the parents and the students, like, is there any way that we can improve, or what would you like to see?
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm always open to feedback.
Yeah. And it's, you're doing 12% of our students. That's a huge percentage of kids. You should be really commended for doing that. That's a lot of kids. Yeah.
I didn't have any questions, but I wanted to say I was smiling the entire time watching that video, and I just kind of, I think with the iPad type thing that they're doing, like kind of a garage band. It's hard
Similar.
to hear.
Yeah.
it's
That's
hard
the
to hear.
Beats class.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, the kids really love it.
I know I would have loved to have had some of that stuff available when I was a kid, even the ceramics. Very nice.
Any questions, comments?
That's a great job.
Yeah, I think the collaboration with all of the entities has provided so much more enrichment and opportunities that one individual entity, I think when you contribute, the community and involve more, you get more. So thank you.
I just think of the meetings last spring.
Stacy, you should be very proud. I'm very proud of what you've accomplished here.
That's awesome.
Great job. Thank you
Yes,
very much.
Thank you.
Okay, our next report is on the Hollister School District Blueprint, Chapter 2, Director Colleen Myers.
What? Bye, everyone. Have a great night. Wow. Well, so
Oh, here comes Colleen.
they're all exhausted after that presentation. Well, we're going to power down just a little bit. We're going to cruise through Chapter 2 of the Blueprint. Good evening, Superintendent Sanchez, Board of Trustees. Thank you for having me again. I presented Chapter 2, or Chapter 1 was presented at the last board meeting. I was a little skeptical if we were going to get Chapter 2 done, but we did the bulk of it. It was a team effort, and so I wanted just to kind of go over the highlights. While this chapter, I think it's like 25 pages, I'll just cruise through and we'll look at the highlights of it and then get your sense of, direction and feedback on it, and we'll keep moving forward, okay? So here's Chapter 2. And there we go. For those at home, this is linked on our board agenda if you want to see the parts that are missing from the presentation. So basically, Chapter 2 is about student achievement, and we'll go over the instructional philosophy, we'll go over curriculum, we'll go over everything that we're organizing for the LCAP in our first goal for our next new LCAP, centered around student achievement. And so you'll see here that we have our instructional philosophy. It's anchored through MTSS, and there we go. There we go. We'll just stroll through. So MTSS is the multi-tier system of support that was adopted by California almost 10 years ago now. And under MTSS, there are 3 focus areas, and they're all equally valued as far as student performance. That is academic, behavioral, and social emotional. We know that more than ever after COVID, that all 3 of these areas are essential for a productive person. And so we have these 3 areas called out in the blueprint and how we tend to them and foster them for student learning and performance. There's the activities that we have now, and then there's a little graphic that is shown there. And that is the MTSS umbrella. There's several things that contribute to the multi-tier system of supports that we have in place already. There's several things that we can enhance. There's several things that we can grow, but it's well captured in this graphic here. Basically, we're looking at the whole child. If you remember from chapter 1, we had that tri-bubble graphic that had the whole child in the middle. We have academic, behavioral, and social emotional.
So is engagement activities kind of implied? As I was looking at this page and the next page where it's lined out, and it's not singled out, but it's implied.
Engagement?
Yeah, engagement activities. Like, is that like implied in these, like differentiated instruction and flexible, and continuous, I don't know, is it implied?
So you're talking about like the actions in which underneath an LCAP goal
Yeah, to
sort
get
of thing?
kids
Yes.
excited, is that kind of like
Yes.
implied?
Yes, so this first part is about the philosophy, so why are we doing what we're doing and how
Well,
are
do we
doing
need to spell that out, or?
Well, we are, if we go in through the document, then we will, it will be included in there.
Okay.
And it won't get as specific as the LCAP will be because that can change and morph. This is more of our 30,000 foot view.
Right,
And then we'll come down to the LCAP.
That's why I asked it,
Yeah.
because I don't know, is it supposed to be implied or?
Okay, I see what you're asking.
Yeah.
So you'll see some specificity in that, but then there will also be some broader,
Right.
overarching
Okay.
actions. Okay, so then we can go through, under MTSS is our rigorous coursework. Again, every detail here is backed by support. What is it supported by in research? What do we find with current pedagogy and that sort of thing? So there's a lot in this that supports why we're focusing on this in the blueprint. We'll scroll through to curriculum. So there's a lot here that is informational. I know that you appreciated last time in chapter 1 just being very specific and clear. This goes in more, like I said, the philosophy. This is our why we do what we do. And so there's a lot of support narrative there. We'll scroll through. Curriculum is guided off of our Common Core State Standards, of course. There is there's a link in the live document that goes to the state standards, should somebody want to read those. Also, the 9 adopted frameworks that guide our curriculum are there. And then there's some narrative to support. I included our current core curriculum that we have adopted down further on in a table. That's what we have. You'll see a blank space there, world languages. I anticipate that you'll have a resolution soon with world languages. I'll bring that to the board here for your consideration.
Under science for grades K through 3, the text is 2008, and under social studies K through 5, the text is 2007. So are we in line to?
Yes, and I think if we scroll down further the adoption dates, we can find, there's the next table if you want to scroll down through there. Here is the state adoption timeline there. So we will, world languages is now, we'll do that. And then we have arts education, we adopted that last year. So it's implemented this year. Next will be math in 2024. Then you see ELA in 2027. Science will be in 2028. And
right, but we're talking the lower grades. The grades, the higher grades, grades 4 through 8 in science and in social studies, the grades 6 through 8 were updated and they have newer. And I was just wondering what we're doing with the lower grades. And this didn't differentiate, so I didn't know.
Yeah, so that's the last time that, from the information that I found from my predecessors, that is the last time those were adopted.
Okay.
And so the next adoption, we can certainly adopt mid-cycle if we want to, but if we want to stay current, then we would follow these guidelines for, in the framework will start for science in 2025 and then have an adoption in 2030. That is quite some time, so there is some consideration if we do, if we're interested in exploring that. There's a risk at adopting something that may not be included in the framework.
Right, or social science, that the countries aren't the same, that's some of the issues.
Right, yeah, exactly, or the planets are no longer planets, right? Or maybe they are planets again, I don't know. So, yes, so I wanted to include that just so everybody was
I'm sorry
aware.
we're thinking about this stuff, but it's, you know.
No, it's really, that's why it's here. This is what is gonna drive everything that we do. And so we wanna make sure everybody's fully aware of where we are.
Right.
And when we have budgetary decisions, you know, how we're making that decision to adopt and, you know, what are we using for
And maybe
that
find out
decision.
what other districts are doing, you know, find out what they're doing.
Sure. Yeah, well, and in the frameworks, that's what's nice about the frameworks, that comes out in the years they are noted in this chart, and so they will indicate, you know, what they are looking at, that CDE then adopts from that recommendation. So we kind of have an idea, like math, we kind of have an idea what publishers we're going to be choosing from. So, yeah, it's all important information, just putting it out there that we know, and it's important. So then we'll go down, I included the Williams there. That's important. That's a requirement that we do every year in the fall, and some information there. Then we move into our courses and class offerings. So this is really going to define how Hollister School District addresses the broad course of study that we are required to provide to our students. First off, I put the college and career readiness because that's a really important piece to student achievement and performance when they go out into society. And there's some philosophy there on the course catalogs for CTE offerings. Then we go into AVID if we scroll down further. And this is something I'm really excited to put into the LCAP this year is AVID, because we have not had that secured in LCAP. It's typically been funded through Title II, but we are moving towards district-wide AVID, and so that's going to require a little more funding than what Title II can take on. So very excited about that, and why? This is the justification why we're doing AVID. There?
That's important that it's here, yeah.
Yep, absolutely. We just toured a school in our county that is a showcase school, and AVID even applies to kindergartners. So we're excited to, you know, grow that district-wide. Yep, Emma Veltri is working on that. Every day she does something AVID, and it's exciting to see it grow. Also there under college and career readiness is relevant technology. We know after, you know, so many years in this business that things are forever changing. So we're preparing students for a workforce we don't even know about yet. So how can we prepare them to jump into and take on new things that we don't even know about? So that's exciting to include that, why relevant technology should be included.
Now, I know, I think I know the answer, but in regards to like the college and career readiness, then when we get down into the LCAP, is that like when we say to visit, you know, junior colleges and colleges? Is that where it gets down to where we have to put the funds aside, or how does that work?
Yes, so each school will be allocated, they have their own funding. That could also be included. We're going to grade community schools and AVID together and PBIS. So those schools that are community schools will have an extra layer of opportunity to go visit school sites and college campuses or CTE, you know, field trips and that sort of thing. So that's very exciting. How we, you know, we're very cognizant of what funding comes in and how we can
spend it. Right?
Yeah, get the biggest bang for our buck.
So if we have this, then we're good to go with the field trip.
Yep, I think so. So relevant technology, then we go into specialized instruction and support programs. So this is everything for student achievement beyond the Common Core standards, everything that is our baseline, everything beyond the textbook. What else? What else do we know that helps student achievement? Well, it's everything. If you've been to a community meeting and seen the proposal for 24-27 LCAP, then you'll know that those, I'm sorry, I didn't count them, but all of those actions are included here. So athletics, we know the impact, and here's the justification for athletics. We know attendance is important, and here's the justification for attendance and why we need to pay attention to it. It also details things that we'd like to hang on to that have been successful. I was just looking at our attendance data when I present that in next month, March. It's going to be amazing. Our data is, it's working. Attendance, attention to attendance is really been effective. So this, again, just justifies everything that we're doing and captures it in a graphic. I think if we scroll down to green graphic there. Yep, so this is just saying this is our process. We're communicating to our staff, to our stakeholders, this is what we do. We can continue on. We also have Capturing Kids' Hearts that I will be presenting that information. It was a mid-year teacher questionnaire. How do you like your publishers? How do you like your initiatives that you're experiencing? Capturing Kids' Hearts by far is love, love, love. So that's really great. We know we're on the right path. Our suspension rate is low on those campuses that are really the showcase campuses. So it's great. Then we go into early literacy. We want to really express our commitment to early literacy, and that data will be coming to the next board meeting as well. You'll be very impressed with the progress our investment is paying off there. Then we also have the expanded learning opportunities and ACES, ELOP and ACES programs. It kind of just goes into a summary there of what that is, what we do. Again, leaving flexibility for pivots and changes and refreshes. We know that we need to focus on homeless and foster youth, so it's explicitly called out in this blueprint. We will expand this as far as defining what is this. I think it's an area that a lot of people are unfamiliar with because it's something that is new. We went to a staff meeting at Calaveras today, and one of their teachers spoke up and said the thing about homeless students is that they wouldn't know really. There's not like they wear, like you can't identify them physically by any means. And so they're among all of us. So we have to be aware and sensitive to that, that person in front of us may be homeless, and how are we tending to them? How are we serving them? So that portion will be developed and will be added to the requirements as far as how they are claimed as a homeless student, then what do they need to do? That's included in there, but that is something that we're going to expand also. Then we go into the migrant program, just describing what we do for the migrant program. And then the multilingual learner plan that we know, we've seen that so many times, and excited about continuing that work there, our integrated ELD, our designated ELD, our reclassification, our partnerships with the high school, etc. And then we go into our safe spaces that we just added this year. This is our safe spaces that is available for staff to get paid during lunchtime for providing space for students to feel safe. We offer our schools of choice here, Accelerated Achievement Academy and HDLA, just a little description about both of those. Of course, we offer Section 504 plans, and that just is an informational, again, what does this mean? This is kind of like a handbook, like what is AVID, what is 504? So this just has that synopsis of what that is. We have a short little blurb about social emotional support. We go into special education and the justification of why we have special education and why it's important. Under special education then is inclusive classrooms. Why is that important? The research behind inclusive classrooms. Also tacked onto that is the SST process, or student study team. What is our process there, and our commitment to investigating intensely what students are achieving and where they're needing support so that they're appropriately classified and they get the appropriate accommodations and designations. Then we have summer school, and what is our philosophy there? And then we wrap up with UPK. It's our newest of our plans. That is our universal pre-kinder, and excited about that, and kind of where we are with that, the justification, etc. So that is chapter 2 in a nutshell. Are there any feedback or questions, any things you'd like to see added, take away, any changes?
Looks real good. Looks great. Just like part 1. I'm really excited to see it all in one package.
This is chapter 3 where, I'm sorry, because you gave it this a little ahead of time.
Yeah. Kind of writing it like a thesis, like next you're gonna see.
Okay, because I think we want to create RBT position.
Oh, RBTs.
Yeah.
Oh.
So we need to throw that in.
Okay.
Yeah, aren't we?
We have not negotiated that.
Okay. But you said you're working on it. I don't know. I got it. Whatever.
You're
Okay.
ahead of yourself there.
Yeah,
We
don't
will
get ahead.
explore staffing. We will explore staffing.
I think there needs to be like a report card done. Because this is fantastic. True.
Yes, so that's why I wanted to make sure chapter 3 will have some really big ones. It will have our grading policies, it will include homework, it will include, everything that guides instruction. So it's really the facilitators of learning, and so we will be touching on that. So it's staff related. What tools do staff engage with to help guide their instruction?
So Colleen, how many chapters are there? 6?
No, there will be a summary after chapter 4.
After chapter 4?
Yeah, so 5.
And then when you finish, will this be something that they can go to the website and download if somebody wants to read the whole document?
Yeah, it's already posted on the website, chapter 1, as a draft form. It's a living document, so yes, they can, that was a recommendation, a QR code for last time. So it is on our website and they can see. Once I have guidance on this chapter, then I will include it in that one and we'll just build and build.
I think it's great. It's very thorough. And, people coming into our county might want to read something like this.
Yeah, definitely. New families coming into our community, understanding really what Hollister School District offers. I mean, this is the one stop, right? Gathering all of that information to really know exactly what.
And it's very concise and boom, 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 boom. It's not all over the place. It just really makes sense.
Yeah. And it's not overwhelming.
No, it's tight. It's just really good.
Very specific to each category, which identifies exactly, like you said, that view from up there
Yeah.
is perfect.
Good.
Good. Any more questions? No?
It's a living document, so if anything wakes you up at 2 in the morning, feel free to tell me.
I'm not going to.
I may not respond at 2 in the morning.
Thanks for specifying everything.
We'll call Erica.
Hopefully
Yes.
so.
Great job, great job.
Yes,
Thank you.
absolutely.
Alrighty. Stick around, Colleen.
I may be requesting my own podium soon.
We need a chair.
Okay, we have a report on Hollister School District Schools, CSI, and ATSI.
This is so exciting! All right, we had our little coma there, now we're gonna go excite. So, CSI, ATSI report. So CSI and ATSI started several years back, but it was kind of like nobody knew really what it was doing. We got information that schools were identified, and we're like, what does this mean? some classifications like CSI came with, you know, money attached. It was like, well, bittersweet, yay. ATSI just came with a label, but no other supports or anything. So it was really interesting. I think the state is finally getting, you know, their act together, and they have this formalized and organized. And so I am so excited because this is a great time to be in Hollister School District.
Blue light on. Press it down.
Okay, it's because, okay. One of these days. Alexa, please go to slide 2. All right, I'd like to include our mission or our vision just to, again, keep us anchored in what we do. We are here to inspire and empower students to become critical thinkers, lifelong learners in a safe, respectful, and diverse climate. Okay, what is CSI and ATSI and how are schools identified? So these are 2 forms of assistance aligned with every, the ESSA Act, and it is directly linked to the dashboard. That's why you're getting this information now that the dashboard is out. So if you recall, we've gone over the dashboard data, we've seen how the district is done. Well, now this is actually linked to sites specifically. So here's the blah, blah, blah on it. And so it's, again, looking at red indicators and the progress of school sites in their student groups. And what does that look like? So here's CSI. It's obviously, it's more intensive. ATSI is not as intensive. It doesn't come with funding, and you're identified every 3 years. Okay, so is there funding? Kind of jumping ahead here. So LEAs that meet the CSI get funding. Deborah announced that RSJ has exited CSI. That's so exciting. Such hard work our staff has been doing. And so this is the report. I'm so excited. So it's kind of weird because they're behind, the reporting is behind. So we're really looking at 23, 24 data. So current year, even though it's March, we only have, I don't know, another trimester left. So 21-22, our CSI was Rancho San Justo and Mays. They went through a process of improvement science. We also had RO Hardin and ATSI. Then we had last year, Mays exited, and again, bittersweet because they lost, you know, a significant amount of money, but that's okay, they're a community school now, so it all kind of works out. And RSJ stayed in CSI the process. ATSI, we had almost everybody come into ATSI, except for AAA and Lab Lane. So that was like, okay, let's, you know, go through the program plan. We started this year, we meet monthly with admin, we go through improvement science, we go through problem of practice, identifying root causes, etc. And boom, dun, 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 dun. Yay! CSI, exit, Rancho San Justo. ATSI, exit, this one gives me goosebumps. Calaveras! HTLA, RO Hardin, and Sunny Slope, you're out of here. So that is so exciting to see our historically challenged sites get affirmations. The work is paying off. Yes. And so excited to share that. The ATSI eligibility for this year, Cerro Vista, Rancho San Justo, Rancho Santana, and Leeds. And so they participate in our monthly meetings. The other schools will continue to participate in our monthly meetings. And we will continue to, you know, look at all student groups and attend to an improvement science there. So these are what the schools are identified for. Just like our district was identified for differentiated assistance for homeless, Cerro Vista was for students with disabilities. So on that matrix, they had 3 or more red areas for students with disabilities. Rancho San Justo was English language learners, socioeconomically disadvantaged, 2 or more races, and white. So they have a little bit more to look at, and these are, you know, once you go into those subgroups, then you know, like, are they there for suspension? Are they there for ELA and math? I didn't include that detail on the slide, but we can dial it down, and we will. Rancho Santana, eligible for English language learners, Mays for socioeconomically disadvantaged. So very exciting. I'm just so thrilled with those affirmations. Next steps, improvement science, we're going to continue what we're doing. We're going to double down starting this year and into next year so that we can get that, that's a lot of balls in the air, and we want to make sure that, just because we're now focused on homeless, we're not going to forget about English learners or forget about, exactly. They're all equally important, so we want to make sure. So that, my friends, is wonderfulness. Any questions?
I have one comment to make. Erica, you've been in charge of us for what, 3 years? Almost 3 years. Look what you've done in 3 years with the group that you have hired and the team that you've put together. This is a big deal. This is a really big deal. And it's because you work together, you respect each other. And this is a big deal. You better buy lunch for these people.
We're on it.
I think you owe lunch.
I think so. We started with breakfast
I'll put you on
today.
the spot here, but
That's right.
I mean, this
We'll
is
go
a
to
big
lunch.
deal. It should be celebrated.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
and kudos even at the school sites. I think
Yeah, for
Absolutely.
sure.
the school sites really.
But I don't want her to pay for this.
No, but what I'm saying is, I mean, that this really
Yeah.
has to be
It's a district-wide.
Yes.
district-wide, but I mean, like, making a big deal about it, because it is.
It is a
huge,
big deal.
Huge deal.
Yeah, we've never had all our schools
With our,
as.
with our staff.
It's never
because,
happened.
I mean, a big part of this has been on staff, right? That are at the sites, plugging in every single day, day in and day out,
Yeah.
right? With the many challenges that our kids give us day in and day out, so,
Absolutely.
I mean, it's a huge, I mean, this is on them.
Yeah.
And their reward and their recognition and celebration should be at every one of these schools.
Yep.
Absolutely.
And I think there's someone in the room that might be able to help me bring light to it on a greater level, so we'll see. Yes, I totally agree. It's so commendable. I mean, from the top and the bottom and everybody in between. I mean, we
Well, I've
have.
been with the district for 34 years. This has never happened. We've always had somebody in the doghouse.
Yeah.
This is the first time that we let the dogs out. They're gone. The dogs are gone. So nobody's in the doghouse.
Now,
I mean,
this
No,
is
it's-
huge.
I-
I
I don't think you guys know
huge
this.
it is.
Yeah.
I started teaching in the Hollister School District in 1984. And I've never seen so much progress in such a short amount of time.
Really?
With so much cohesiveness. It's amazing. And don't count my age. Don't keep that.
I know, I was gonna say, it's begging the question. Yep, I totally agree. You guys have an amazing
awesome.
team that works,
Well, this is the one that
For
put
our
it together.
She's got the dream team.
Yeah, because she hired it.
I agree. I can't argue against that.
Thank you, Colleen. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you. As she walks away, I do want to reiterate that it is a team effort. There
Yes.
are many faces in the room that are involved, but also there are many site administrators, there are many teachers in the classrooms, paraprofessionals.
Absolutely.
It takes the whole village to make sure that each one of our students are met with a nurturing, kind person each and every day that makes them feel safe and ready to learn. Whether it's a clean classroom or nutrition that is so important, we're taking care of it all in a challenging time, and it is the whole village that
And
addresses
teaching
each
is not
time.
easy.
It's not. Nope, it definitely isn't. So thank you for those words.
Yeah.
We don't take them lightly. We appreciate that.
Okay, we are on to the superintendent's report.
Okay. So we will get started. We have lots of nice and good things to share in regards to some of the different activities that have taken place. Thank you. Let's see if I can, if you could just scroll for me. Oh, down there, sorry, I'm going up. Okay, here we go. So our enrollment has remained steady. We have seen some slight increases at some sites. However, the enrollment itself is maintaining steady. We are very fortunate because there are districts that I know of right now that are laying folks off due to declining enrollment.
Yeah.
So I count our lucky stars. Our ADA, we have been talking about ADA, average daily attendance, all year long. And again, I want to reiterate that we have been focused and are focusing in on our TK and kinder. As you can see, it's pretty steady, but we're maintaining at that 90% in TKK. And then as the grade levels expand or go up, the percentage goes up. In all, our ADA is up right now versus what it was last year at this time.
So do you remember what the total is?
I don't remember what the total is, but when we met with the high school, it was, I think, at least 1 point something, if not 1.9-ish, maybe 2.3,
almost
around
2%.
there. Yeah. Which leads me to one other good thing that we have started, and this is a total team effort. We've talked about it a little bit as a team. We are implementing something called an ADA recovery. For every absence that a student misses, not only do they miss in the fluidness of their lessons and just the peer socialization and such, there's also the technical piece to it that means the bread and butter for the district, where there is a loss of funding for every absence that a student has. So what we're doing is we're looking at all of the enrollments in academic programs from a certain portion of the year, and we're going to focus and have this as a priority. And there are several departments working on this. The priority is to get this done by April when we report P2, the attendance. So for example, our ELOP program, which we heard a lot about tonight, for every 4 hours that a student attended and we have a roster for, or we have an attendance verification form for, if one of those students was absent, for one absence, if we can document that they attended 4 hours of ELOP in 1 week, we can recoup that absence. So we are going back to recapture every absence for students that have been in before or after school attendance and that have been in ELOP and other programs such as the intercession that just passed. We have not done this since we had probably Saturday Academy a few years ago. But this is something that we're already implementing, and we're taking advantage of the fact that we're able to do so. And again, we hope to see a positive result because of this.
So if a child stays for 4 hours on a Thursday, is it only on Thursday?
No, it's throughout the week, 4 hours per week.
Do they stay with their teacher, or there's a room?
They stay in the after-school program perhaps, or let's pretend that they attend math intervention Monday, Wednesday, and Friday for an hour and a half, as long as it equals 4 hours in a week.
Right. We have logs.
We have logs. As long as we have audit proof.
Right. And those logs are in.
Yes, yes. Okay. Yes. Another thing that you notice as we move forward is some of these things are brand new. Some of them have been completed, but I do want to call our attention to the teeny tiny little writing at the bottom. We are associating our district goals to all of these activities because that gives us clarity. We're trying to create a system in all that we do And part of that system is how to be innovative in what we have. With that, our technology team, and particularly one employee in particular, will have the opportunity to participate in this HP, Hewlett-Packard Self-Maintainer Program, if we approve a certain contract that's in the board packet tonight. So what this does, it provides training and certification for us as a district to be able to maintain our own HP devices, which a lot of the newer Chromebooks are HP. We're able to move forward with fixing them on our own, even at the higher level needs, instead of sending them out to the center perhaps that fixes them when we're not able to do the care ourselves. There's certain certifications that come with it and that will allow for us to get to this place as a district. So that's what's called the HP Self-Maintainer Program, because we would maintain all of the devices here within house. We also have been working on a 10G network update. It's in progress. So that's going to more than double our bandwidth, and it's perfect timing because we're getting ready for testing, state testing. We also have been working on a device insurance program that would pay for itself. For example, if parents opted in to paying maybe a $25, $30, whatever the set price is, insurance on the devices, that would kick in if a screen got broken or there was some damage to the keyboard and such. The program itself is very successful in other districts, to the point that the revenue that it generates is greater than what is deducted from it to fix the devices. Therefore, that additional revenue becomes a funding stream to buy new devices for future rollouts. So we're exploring that, and we're going to bring some information forward in the near future on what that would look like. It would be an opt-in type of opportunity. We're also looking at rolling out electronic payments for things such as ASB related type of things. If there is damage to a Chromebook, instead of a family coming here to the district office, they can pay online and such. So we would keep track of that, and those are steps that we are exploring as collaboration between different departments is taking place. We also are working on a future refresh. We are ahead of what the timeline was that we had set for ourselves in regards to rolling out the third grade devices. We beat the goal that we had, so now it's time to move on to the next step. So we're moving forward. That's our IT department.
So I only have one question.
Yes.
Do we have to hire another person if we do the?
Not right now.
Okay, we don't know yet.
All right. Well, right now we believe that the staffing as is can sustain.
But if we have a more increase in students next year,
potentially that could be
we
something
may
that we could look at.
Right.
Okay. Okay. Going along with our District Goal 1, we have started and maintained our schedule here of our community and LCAP meetings. For those that are watching at home that do not know, we have meetings in the evening where 2 of our trustees attend. We review the LCAP, we garner input, and we listen to other feedback, and we engage in conversations. And we have another meeting coming up on March 5th at Sunny Slope.
Is that calendar posted?
This one, I believe it is. If it's not, we can get it posted. Yeah.
Just so that families know.
Yes.
And we've made the correction for the March 12th one?
Yes, it became May 14th-ish, around there. We also had staff participate in the San Benito County Office of Ed Literacy Night. This had Dr. Kate Kinsella, who is a world-renowned literacy teacher, mentor, professor. In this picture here, we have our very own Jennifer Miller, who did a phenomenal job teaching parents, leading a group, and there was other staff there at the table. What happened was you started off in whole group and then you broke out into smaller sessions. I was fortunate enough as well to be part of Jen's group and to see her explain with such passion and such finesse really what the importance is of literacy and what kinds of activities families can do at home, whether they were English and Spanish speakers or they were speaking another language at home that was non-Spanish. She gave them skills that were applicable to any language, which was great to see. This was a successful event, and I appreciated being able to witness her in full teacher mode, there, coaching mode. We also had amazing middle school attendance that our deputy superintendent and I were able to attend. They had honor roll. I would say that this was very well put together. It was really nice to see the staff honor their students, and they had a great attendance by families. I do believe this one, if I remember correctly, this might have been the 7th grade one that these pictures are from. But it's nice to honor our students for what they're doing. We'll make sure that you get invited.
I don't remember getting.
Okay. I'll make a note of that.
Thank you.
Our social emotional team is preparing for future events, but I'd like to go over these data points. It's always important to share data, what we're doing, and it's great to compare this year at this point to what we were doing last year, like we talked about a little bit with ELOP. So for our social emotional team, they captured data from August 17th, which was the beginning of the school year, to December 1st. They will have another set of data available that will capture the second half of the year. So far, 93 students have received formal school-based counseling services. 93 does not sound like a lot, but when you dissect what they really do, and that it includes 10 weeks of support, which is 441 formal sessions, that's pretty incredible. That's very incredible. When I asked the coordinator, Eliana Delgadillo, what kinds of things is she seeing out there? She talked about the need for the need for socialization. There's a lot of anxiety because there's a lack of the ability to socialize in the TKK spectrum, but also in the middle school spectrum, which was very interesting. There was the same need, but for different reasons in the upper grades and the lower grades. Also, we have 2,768 informal sessions that have been provided district-wide. That number is going to be larger now because this data was ended December 1st. So she was also able to present this at our latest differentiated assistance meeting. And so with that being shared, it's good to publicize the fact that it's been captured.
The public needs to know how we're helping our children, how we're helping our families. This is good information.
Absolutely. This could go into our board highlights. So along with that, we have our continued support of families with various different workshops. Some of them are provided by our own staff, and some of them are provided by our the partnerships that we have. We continue to message those out on Parent Square, and we will continue to do so because we do see that there's need. We also have the social emotional newsletter that has continued to go out via Parent Square with different tips and tricks that the team provides for different ideas and concepts that are beneficial to our families. We had our Rancho Santana Wildcats. They practiced random acts of kindness. I think that in a world that is bustling all the time, it is busy, and sometimes we forget that there's a basic concept of kindness. I really want to congratulate and thank Miss Dazan and Mrs. Mailer, because they both embody and they both always demonstrate kindness. You walk onto their campus or into their offices and you see it in their culture, and you see that they are building that dynamic. And they celebrated the Random Acts of Kindness Week in February. Major kudos to them. We're in progress right now with enrollment. We have preliminary numbers that keep changing as each day goes by. So we will use those to project for staffing for next year. As time continues, those numbers will be more solidified as we get closer to the late spring and early summertime. But our enrollment is happening now. If anyone is out there and they need to enroll their students. In progress, teacher recruitment. So our HR department, this was posted, I believe, prior to the recruitment fair, so I didn't get to upload some of their very beautiful pictures that they took, but I was able to share them with the board. They had a very successful run at CSUMB. We have come a long way. There was a time where we had, I'm not kidding, a hunter green tablecloth to cover our HSD table that we had purchased at Target. And when you see our setup now, it make you proud. It makes me proud when they go, and I miss it. But I know that they're definitely good hands, capable hands, and I want to thank all the admin that went out to go interview. It was vacation week, and they always pull together, get it done. Linda and Marissa worked really hard to pull things together to get out there and meet fabulous potential hires. So,
Can I ask a question?
yes.
What is Spain, Mexico, and HDLA?
So we have a great question. We are traveling to recruit. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I feel like I'm gonna go.
Linda's like,
So we have a partnership with the embassy from Spain and the embassy from Mexico to potentially bring teachers to HDLA who are fully bilingual. So last year there was not a candidate that was interested in this part of California that was willing to apply through the embassy. This year, my understanding is that there are potential candidates that are willing to go through the process and apply through the embassy and fulfill that process. If so, and we're successful and they pick us as a district, because they also get to shop around. You get to pick Hollister or the Bay Area, San Francisco or New York, those kinds, we are competing as well as a district. We have the possibility potentially of hiring. We started that process about 2 months ago, probably. So it is a possibility where we recruit from these countries to come and work on a temporary basis as part of a teacher exchange program, primarily at HDLA.
So when you say teacher exchange,
We're not sending anyone.
Okay.
I've thought that too. It's called teacher exchange, but
Okay,
yeah,
but it's one way.
it's one way.
Okay.
We're not sending anyone.
We've also worked with
We've also worked with the Philippines as well, and we will continue to do so. This one is a specific program, and the staff that comes from the Philippines is not necessarily through the embassy, but through agencies.
Okay.
So you're correct. We do have.
Is there a reason we're not using San Jose State?
So because we are in San Benito County, there are specific job fairs that we are unable or not eligible to attend. San Jose State is one of them.
Really?
Every year.
Every year I ask,
Yeah.
and they wouldn't give me the cutting hair office event, job fair.
You know, they initially opened as a teacher university, as a teaching school.
Mm-hmm.
That's how they opened.
Mm-hmm.
I guess they want their people to stay in Santa Clara County.
Well, because hiring is so competitive right
It
now,
is,
so
yeah.
they're going to give priority to those districts
No, it
within
is,
that.
yeah.
Same thing with Monterey County Office of Ed. We're not eligible
Same
to
here.
participate. So,
Yeah.
So we find our ways. Linda
Have you
finds her ways.
Have you tried Merced? University of California.
Stanislaus, we get to.
UC
Yeah,
Merced,
Stanislaus.
yeah,
Yeah.
UC Merced, or Santa State, yeah.
Mhm. Yep. So we find creative ways and we recruit, and it's all full steam ahead. So, all right. ELOP, this is now maybe the second or the third month in a row that we focus in on this exact same slide, because I want to make sure that we are repeating ourselves. The criteria for ELOP is going to be more strict. It is not a program that you, if you're enrolled right now, that you automatically are enrolled next year. There's no automatic enrollment. The priority is for students that are foster youth. That actually is one of our state focus points.
Yeah.
Unhoused students, English learner students, and low socioeconomic students. So this will be repeat for us for a little while, so that we can just make sure that all families that are enrolled or interested in enrolling understand that we've been talking about this for a while.
And it clearly, I mean, because we have partners that we work with, you know, and they also do some promoting out there in the community as well, so that they're clear on what the requirements moving forward are, so that they're not getting people excited about joining, you know, bringing them in when they won't be able to meet the requirements.
Right.
And we have to turn them away. We want to be crystal clear moving forward with our partnerships and everyone, you know, so they're really.
Have we figured out a cap of where we can go? How many students we can handle? Have we figured that out?
We are gonna shoot for the same this year, and it's gonna be an entrance where there's an obligation that we need to strive to serve as many of our institutions. So, we'll see where that goes. But, I mean, 800, like you said, like 4%, a lot.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
All right. Independent study contracts, as the board requested, we went back and we revised the independent study contract board policy that was on last month's agenda, and we have matched it to the high schools, which was the request, and the date is 7 days of notification to a school site prior to departure. So that will appear later on in the agenda.
The only thing that I had trouble with, and it's also in the board packet, in the board policy, is it 7 business days or is it 7 weekdays? And then when it's
School
for
days, you mean?
that's what I meant. Well, school days, business days, or is it calendar days?
I believe it's school days.
Yes. Okay, we don't have that in there, and we should.
So that could be something that we revise.
Yes, I would like to see it revised, and it should be spelled out the way it is. And also, when we're filling it out for, you know, how many days, if it's 15 or 20 or whatever, it should be spelled out. No, just do school days.
We could do that.
Yeah.
Good comment. In progress, we have dental screenings that, what day is it today? Actually took place today. Yay! At some of our schools, we have community partnerships. As we move forward with creating stronger systems through our community schools, through our after-school program providers, and so on, we will see a bigger increase and a bigger net of support around our students. And these are the beginnings of it. I would say this is not a full-fledged
But like what you're
system,
thinking
yeah.
about doing immunizations in-house, providing where the students could maybe, at one of the community schools, have like a clinic come in and
There
do
could be some-
immunizations if the students, so that they wouldn't miss school.
Sure.
To get caught up on some of their immunizations.
There are some districts that bring in medical vans, like mobile units.
Yeah.
Right.
All possibilities. Upcoming events, so this is a big one. On Saturday, March 23rd, we have Get Your Teach On. We have heard quite a bit about that, and we're funding this opportunity via a grant. We're also funding our staff time to attend, and we have quite a few registered folks. I don't know the number off the top of my head, but I know the capacity is 500. So It's open to the county-wide, and we'll be hosting at the high school because we needed a big venue. We also have, today, as a matter of fact, at Mays, we had Community Solutions present to families, and we'll continue these types of partnerships so that folks can be more involved with topics that pertain or interest them. And again, thank you. And I want to thank everyone out there because all together we're doing it. We're moving the barge. I keep saying the district's like this big barge and it takes a long time to move it, but we're doing it. All right, any questions for?
No.
Very
No? Nice, very nice.
Thank you.
Okay, item 13, consent items. Is there a motion to approve consent items 13A through H?
So moved.
Second?
I'll second.
Okay, roll call vote. Trustee Marks?
Aye.
Trustee Chris?
Aye.
Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor?
Aye.
I'm aye, 5-0. Okay, item 14, approval of the board meeting minutes, January 23rd, 2024. Is there a motion?
I make a motion that we approve the minutes for January 23, 2024.
I'll second that.
Okay, roll call vote. Trustee Marks?
Aye.
Trustee Chris?
Aye.
Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor?
Aye.
And I am aye, 5-0. Okay, item 15, discussion action items. A, discussion and action on student academic certificated work year calendar for 2024-2025 school year.
Okay. So good evening, board. We have spent some time looking at this opportunity to create the new calendar. Every year that a calendar is required, we bring it to the board for consideration and approval. There's several steps that are taken prior to having a calendar come to the board for consideration. Some of those steps include consultations with neighboring districts, meetings with other superintendents. We confer with our teachers union in regards to the proposed calendar. And we are at the point where we can bring a proposed calendar to the board for consideration tonight. What this does is it allows for the board to consider and potentially adopt this calendar. We would be able to then publicize it to our families and our staff so that they know when school begins next year. They could start to make plans. This also allows for the district to flesh out the calendar a little bit more as needed. There have been times in previous years where the calendar is adopted and for any reason, whether it is we need an additional early day or maybe we need to move the conference days or so on, it gives us that opportunity in the future, if needed, to make the revisions with sufficient communication to our community. So tonight you have before you a calendar that mirrors Hollister High School's calendar. The goal, again, is to continue that collaboration with the high school as we work towards increased attendance for both districts. This is an avenue that is seen as a potential possibility to help both districts since we are a feeder district to the high school. So tonight, if you so move, we would work on beginning tomorrow, publicizing this calendar if it is approved tonight.
Are there any
questions?
comments?
No questions?
No?
I make a motion that we approve the 2024-25 student academic and certificated work year calendar.
I'll second.
Okay, roll call vote. Trustee Marks?
Aye.
Trustee Chris?
Aye.
Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor?
Aye.
I'm an aye. Passes 5-0. Okay. Okay, item 15B, discussion and action of board policy admin reg update.
Okay, I believe there's a question that
Page 1310,
what is the board policy?
it's on,
She's doing the cover, you know how the.
Oh, the policy
okay,
guide
it's
sheet?
discussion and action board policy, administrative regulations, 15D.
Okay.
15D.
Okay.
15B is the item number?
Yeah, it's up here, 15B.
Yes, honey, but what are you?
What is the question?
It's on,
Is the overall.
summary background, it's on policy guide sheet.
Okay,
Board policies and administrative regulations are being, no, that's being updated. And what it is it talks about local control and accountability plan. Policy updated to reflect new law, which requires numerous changes to the local control and accountability plan for use in the 24-25 school year, and adds long-term English language learners defined by new law as a student who has not attained English language proficiency within 7 years of initial classification as an English learner as numerically significant subgroup. So that's my question. This child comes to us in 4th grade, okay, and has been in California, but for whatever reason, whatever family reason, whatever, has not picked up English. But he's been in ELL. So when does this start for us? Is it start year 1 when he comes to us? Or has he already been on the clock?
so good question. An English learner that has been identified in another district or state is already an English learner when they come here. What this is saying is that there is a new language due to the new law. What we do is we take all templates from the state. For example, this one specifically is talking about the LCAP.
Right.
And how it defines long-term English learners. Definitely one of our priorities is English learners.
Of course, we
Within
wanna
English
reclassify
learners,
them.
right, we have students that are long-term English learners. We have students that have just been classified as English learners, students that potentially will be classified as English learners, essentially. So what this does is that it allows for there to be more clarity based on the new definition of long-term English learner by the law. Our job is to support all students, but if the student comes with the EL designation already or the LTEL designation already, the clock has already begun.
So this kid comes to us in 4th grade, and his skills are very low, and he's not, he's already been tested, he's not resourced. But we're on the clock on that 7 years.
You're in the 5th year.
So what happens to the child? I mean, so do we give him extra support, or?
We absolutely have to provide extra support. We have to identify what kinds of interventions, either during the day or if there are any after school, can be done. We could provide support through our English learner coordinator, potentially that she can go and work with the teacher. She has modeled lessons before. She has looked at what courses are being offered to the students. When we look at the board policy itself that's being recommended, you see that very little in the policy itself has changed. It defines it adds in long-term English learners on page 1 of AR 0460. What it does, however, is it increases our accountability. So this would be for next year because this timeline has already passed. So we would be required to come to the board at a board meeting and provide a report. We have been, to a certain degree, been reporting on the progress of English learners, but this is a specific report that we would be required to come publicly make by February 28th of each year. So
So-
essentially by next February, we owe you a report.
So I guess then if we get a English language learner comes in at like fourth grade, we should be testing them right away to find out what their level is.
When a student comes into a district, we have 30 days to assess. That was the law. It may have changed. I haven't been self-testing. It's not even self-testing anymore, but I won't tell you how long.
Right.
But typically there's a time window when a district has to test. It's called an initial assessment.
Well, see, I like this because this helps that kids are not gonna get lost in the shuffle.
Yeah.
But are we gonna be penalized? I mean, that's what
So we sort of, I'm trying to choose my words very carefully. The state looks at all of our data and they notify us if there are any initial assessments that are close to that 30-day mark. They give you a warning, so to speak. And then the district gets on the assessment calendar or goes out and sends an LPAC tester to go test, and we submit the results. But there is also the data that we see for long-term English learners and on the dashboard. So it's a very public sort of data.
Right.
It's nothing that,
Bottom line is we need to help the child.
Yeah.
So who is responsible for, is that the English language coordinator that does this? or-
so it's our Ed Services department that works with English learners. And
That would be their job.
this is what they do. They have, if we recall, Jennifer Miller has presented on English
Right.
learners and multilinguals. That a primary focus of her job is to work with these kinds of situations.
But who notifies her that we've got a student like this? How
So-
does she find out?
So she has, it's a system. So we have access to Aries, we have communications, we run reports. The state also notifies us, because what was implemented 2012-ish is something called CalPads. Everything talks to each other. A
Okay.
student in California or almost nationally cannot get lost anymore. They're tracked. It's called CalPads.
Okay. All right,
It's a system.
okay.
Trustee Marks.
So on AR 0460, do we care about typos?
We do.
Okay, no, I mean, as far as like
Yes.
us trying to give you
Yes.
feedback,
Yes.
or does that get taken care of after we approve the
We do.
changes?
We do take a fine tooth comb approach again, just to
Okay.
make sure that what we upload, it has no errors in regards to anything potentially like an extra space or a comma or
That's
something.
exactly what I wanted to point out, because like,
Is it an extra
under
space?
administrative regulation, it says philosophy, and there's an extra space
Yes.
between.
I saw that after I posted and I
Okay.
thought, okay, I don't.
Okay, so
don't
I
wanna
mean,
change the
that's why I
document.
was asking, because I
Yes,
don't wanna
I
get
appreciate
nitty
that.
if I'm not supposed
Yeah.
to get nitty.
And on page, well, I say page 1360, that's where the other calendar, it's under independent study,
Independent study,
Erica?
yes.
and it's new language
Mhm.
that's been added where you need to put the school days.
Yes. Thank you. When we first talked about that earlier in the week, or earlier in the meeting, we had staff update that, right? I got a
Okay.
message that that's been done.
Oh, okay.
Check that off our list.
All right. Okay, and then, there's no maximum, and now I'm on the following page of that, on this independent study.
Mhm.
It used to be a maximum of 20 days, there's no longer a maximum?
There is a maximum.
Well, it's not listed here.
It's 20 days. If it's not listed, we can make sure that that
Because
date
it
is there.
says 15 school days or, that, it should be or more, it says of more.
Okay.
there's no maximum for 20 days.
We will make sure that it says 20 days, that is a maximum.
Does that would that mess with the ed code? Because it's referencing ed code 51747. So,
Ed code is
Is
a
20.
reflection of it.
Yeah.
okay.
And then, the paragraph, the next paragraph, it talks about, a child being out for a while and the synchronous instruction and, do we not have homeschool teachers that go to the house when kids are sick?
The syn-
Yeah, home hospital.
We do have home and hospital as a program. This is a requirement of the change in the law, synchronous instruction.
But there's nothing about, home and hospital teachers.
Home and hospital is different than
So
independent
would
study.
it belong in
It
there?
doesn't apply.
Okay. Just asking, like,
Mhm.
reading this going, oh.
Can I ask a question? Because like I'm looking at the whole board policy and I don't see any changes and or additions besides what we just brought up in conversation. Oh, now I do.
Yeah.
If you scroll
I
down,
missed it,
yeah.
yeah. It was just one little space that I missed, I overscrolled.
Mhm.
Okay, excellent.
I make a motion that we accept, or that we approve. Hold on a second. Board policy 6158, independent study.
Well, you gotta
Would
approve
we
all of them.
approve the,
Each one?
well, the
No.
agenda item 15B?
15B.
Yeah, agenda
Okay.
item.
It's
Discussion.
15B right here, see, the discussion and action board policy. and
Okay.
regulation.
Yeah, that.
Okay, who would like to make the
I
motion?
move that
She
we
did.
Okay,
approve item 15B, discussion and action of board policy and administrative regulation updates.
Thank you, Lisa. Second, is there a second?
okay. Trustee
Okay,
Grist?
roll call vote. Trustee Marks.
Aye.
Trustee Grist.
Aye.
Trustee Martinez.
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor.
Aye.
I'm an aye, 5-0.
Okay,
15C, discussion and action on review and approval of the monthly financial report. Hello, Beth.
Hello. Good evening, board members. May this be the easiest thing you do tonight. We haven't met and discussed a financial report since you got the first interim in December.
Right.
Yeah.
It seems like it's forever, but it is really only the end of February. So, welcome back. And what we have tonight is we have the monthly financial statement. It is in the same format that we've done before. So I'm going to go through it and stop me if you have any questions, and I will add color commentary for all of my colleagues who are part of the team and part of getting us to where we are right now. Thank you, everyone. So we start with the unrestricted budgets. These are as of the end of January. We are working right now on second interim, so your second interim will not look exactly like this. Even though second interim ends on January 31st, we are in the process of making whatever reviews and adjustments that we feel are necessary as we get closer to the end of the year. So I need to start with that. When you get your second interim, when we meet again in about 2.5 weeks, it won't look exactly like this, but it's getting pretty close.
Ms. Beck, do you mind turning on the mic just so that folks can hear you?
Or, there it is.
Scroll it for me, or am I scroll? Okay, thank you very much. Starting with the unrestricted general fund, you can see that we have made various adjustments to revenue limit. Those are no different than the last time you saw this. We haven't made changes there. We have made changes to things like certificated salaries, classified salaries. This report incorporates all of the adjustments for all of our bargaining unit changes that are coming in. All of the records are all in there. Whether or not they were for CSEA, which is coming up, we've adjusted those positions.
for HESTA, which has already been paid out, we've adjusted those, and for anybody in management who got paid out at the same time that our teachers got paid out. All of those adjustments are reflected in here at this point. We have also gone through and we are in the middle of making adjustments for things like salary savings. And again, you'll see those in their entirety when it comes time for the second interim report. So lots of different things happening here. But if you go down to the third page, which is going to show you your fund balances and where we are, to date for the unrestricted general fund, which incorporates the LCAP, lottery funding, and the truly unrestricted district funds, we are up by about $300,000 above the expenses. That's a pretty good thing for this district. We have been for a year and a half now really giving a lot of attention to making sure that budgets are where they need to be. This year, at the beginning of the year, we started with, if you want to raise this, you have to tell me what you're going to lower. All right? It does not mean that we haven't hit fund balance with some things, and you can see that fund balance did get adjusted. The far left-hand column is the adopted budget. The middle column that says budget adjustments is cumulative to date, and so obviously we have made various different adjustments there. We are spending down our LCAP money. We carried money over, and our LCAP percentage went down, so the current money is left. So we are spending some of that fund balance. That gets reflected as deficits or not. See, I didn't do it.
It wasn't you.
I fooled you guys.
It's a battery.
I could hear when it didn't.
Yeah.
I could use
bringing
my
you
outside. So sorry about that. I was at home. Not needed that. And this is why the tech department
Has
has
to be here all the time.
Okay, so I will use my outside voice, and hopefully that works. Where was I? Oh, we are using our LCAP funds, so there will be some things that will be reflected as deficit spending, and there are some savings as we go through and we start identifying some of those savings at second interim. Again, we're partial in here. Before I go off of the unrestricted general fund, do you have any questions or comments on, say, the rate of spending that we have done through January? Remember, we spent some time on looking at those and what those percentages should be, and where you think we should be as we get to this part of the year. And I think that most of those reflect fairly well for where we are. Okay, so as we move on to the restricted budgets, oh my goodness gracious, I just realized I didn't update that date. That should say January, not October. Okay. Sorry about that.
Where?
The cover sheet.
The
Oh,
cover
yeah,
sheet,
yeah,
I am
that's
so
okay.
sorry.
It's right on the top.
She's just trying to confuse me.
I am not trying to confuse you. That is the last thing that I wanted to check. More importantly, on the report, in that first line, you can see that it is July through January 31st. So
Yes.
the cover sheet is my error. So these are categoricals. There's a lot of changes that are happening with categoricals, and these are, again, cumulative changes throughout the year. They are also in the midst of getting second interim adjustments, so they're partially there but not completely there. And this one in particular has some significant, almost $7.5 million of deficit spending. That's because we need to spend down those balances as we go through. That's intentional. We always give spending authority, but sometimes all of that spending authority doesn't get used up. Right. And more importantly, we do have some categoricals that chunk in the entire amount of money. ESSER being one of them, which is about ready to expire, right. And a couple of other state budgets that gave us a whole chunk of money, and so we've been carrying over for a while. So the intent is to spend down. And the team that we have here is putting a lot of effort into identifying those expiring funds and making sure that we use them appropriately so we don't send anything back. So there's a constant review of where those funds are and, you know, if we've got something new that's coming, does it fit into those old funds? Are we going to overspend? We're not gonna do that. We will start sliding things over and rolling them to the next appropriate categorical fund. Are there any questions on the unrestricted general fund?
So the percentage is, I mean, we were looking at things that were in the 50s and these are in the 30s.
Right.
And is that just because of the nature of
Like for services and
restricted?
operating?
Yeah.
It is to a certain extent. The unrestricted general fund is a little bit more regular in how it gets spent. This will, the restricted funds include everything that's out there that would be things like the ESSER funds or the arts and music or the learning recovery emergency block grant. Now, some of those we budget because we have the money, and until we've actually made a decision on how we're going to spend that, we will put it into services and other operating, which is why it's not being spent now. Okay, we're not going to access, as an example, the learning recovery emergency block grant until we have used up all of our ESSER funds, because those expire first, and this has got a longer life on it, and so things will be shifted, and then we'll start budgeting them as we move positions around and stuff like that.
What is the SR money, can it be used for safety? Or is those
Right
monies
now,
already spent?
those monies have been spent. Those more flexible monies
Right,
that
but
created
they're
its own
already gone.
industry and everybody said, hey, why don't you buy my widget?
Yeah.
Those monies are gone away, and what we've got left is pretty much really needing to be focused on learning recovery. So those are the two blocks that we've got right now. And we will have those spent before their deadline of September 30th of 2024. Any other questions?
Thank you very much.
I make a motion that we approve the monthly financial reports as presented.
I'll second that.
Okay, roll call vote. Trustee Marks.
Aye.
Trustee Christ.
Aye.
Trustee Martinez.
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor.
Aye.
And aye, 5-0. Okay, item 15D, discussion and action on contract with Earth Systems.
Okay, so good evening, board. This is a unique contract in that it is aligned with our District Goal 3, which includes progress on the central kitchen. And one thing that I did not mention earlier is that our board agenda for the first time now is linked to the different district goals as well. So if you see it, if you see each item towards the bottom where it says financial impact, we, where applicable, will be tying in all of our items to the district goals. So this one,
Which fund is being pulled from?
yeah. So what we have here is a discussion action item. This is a contract with Earth Systems. Earth Systems is the geotech surveyor that has been coming out to survey the land when we, for example, are potentially considering that piece of land for construction. So this company comes to do various testing on the soil, test the different aspects that are included in the scope of services of this contract. We, as a district, have previously approved a survey by Earth Systems for another piece of land for a central kitchen. We have not used that funding because we pivoted, and we are looking potentially at the construction site potentially being here at the district office if we are able to include the septic tank. That has always been our delay. So we did not use the funding that we had previously approved to test behind Lad Lane. That funding was not used, but this is a more comprehensive approach because what this will include is this contract includes the design for a septic tank. It does not include the septic tank itself or the construction for a septic tank, but the Earth Systems would come test the soil here and do all of the different tests that they need to do, but they would also give us results as to whether or not it is feasible for us to have a septic tank or a central kitchen. We cannot build without a septic tank here.
Right.
So what you see is a larger amount than what we had approved for the Lad Lane land, because this includes a potential design for the septic build here. So this contract is for Earth Systems. We did, as a team, the staff worked with them, met with them several times, and this is a reduced price because we are a return customer. I do want to say that as well tonight. The price for these services is a total of $47,700 because it is augmented by the potential septic tank design. Without testing the soil, without exploring if we could have a septic tank, then we cannot move forward with that central kitchen here.
So I know, I'm assuming we're on well water as well?
It's a well here.
Okay. So I know with certain construction being out in the country, you also have, are we looking at the capacity of our well water and
Testing.
being able, because that, I'm assuming we would be tapping into that to do washing and,
Sure.
and you know,
right.
the fruits and vegetables or whatever it is that
Yes.
we're doing. And
Yes.
I don't know if there's a specific, if something else needs to be done, right?
Yes.
Added to that
Yes.
piece
You,
alongside the septic to
Yes.
then incorporate having this
yes.
building.
Yes, you are absolutely correct. There are companies that we will be required to contract with them. Once we have a central kitchen, they will come and test our water periodically. We have to report the different types of levels of X in the water. But this could mean that we need some other construction, to filter the water or something unforeseen or unknown right now. This contract itself is specifically just to test the soil back there and to look to see if we can actually have a septic tank. If we can, then they will design the septic tank. If we can't, then we're back to square one.
I have a question for Erin.
Yes.
I know in residential you have to be 200 feet radius away from the well. Do we have, where's the well on the property here? Is that correct? So do we have 200 feet back there? And is there room for leach lines?
There is. So Earth Systems will come out, they're gonna determine the plausibility of course, the septic tank. But we've already known, based on meetings that Ann and I have had with these folks, they've come out, as Superintendent Sanchez has mentioned several times, met with us, we've walked the site, we've walked the location. So this isn't a shot in the dark here. They're coming out going, okay, this is where you wanna place a potential building. Now, what is the plausibility of putting a septic tank here? There are two septic tanks actually on site here.
Right.
One here next to us and one in the back. So they're like, you have to add a septic tank for this particular facility. Knowing where the well is and connecting and having leach lines is also part of this service that's going to be provided. So it's not only geotech service, it's also geohazard service, but it's also plausibility service of whether or not we can put this or that, connect, have leach lines run here, there, and point of connection. So it's a pretty comprehensive approach with their systems, and we wouldn't really be connected to these folks. They really weren't going to help us out, so that they will. Hope that answered your question.
Yeah, that does, thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
Did you find that it was easy to work with them, and did they keep their appointments on time? And, those are kind of important things to
Absolutely.
make sure that, if we're gonna approve this, that you can work with them, they were on time, and if they were late, they called you, that kind of stuff.
They have been fantastic. So our relationship started with Rancho Santana School. So they've been not only providing a service for us, but also acting as somewhat of a consultant for the district, kind of on their own without us, really doing anything on that end. So they're really good. They're a local company.
Good.
Yes.
Okay, because that's important.
Okay, any other questions? Is there a motion? 15D.
Discussion action, contract with
Yeah,
Earth
I will,
Systems.
I will, make a motion that we accept, the contract with Earth Systems, item 15D, for the $47,700.
Second?
I'll second.
Okay, roll call vote. Trustee Marks?
Aye.
Trustee Christ?
Aye.
Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor?
Aye.
I'm aye. 5-0 passes. Okay, item 16, board member report. Trustee Marks.
I have nothing to report this month.
Trustee Grist.
I went to the Calaveras LCAP meeting. We didn't have a lot of people, but there's two things I want to say. First off, the library, Kathy, looks the best I've ever seen. It really looks
Great.
They did bring up the lack of a gym, and the need for it. So that kind of made us clicking on that, and that's all.
I was also at the LCAP, the first LCAP meeting at Calaveras. It was I think we had 2 people for our first meeting, but, it's okay. Maybe they'll join us again this month when we go back for the AAA, now that we're able to post the information and give them more of a heads up. But yeah, I think even though it was only 2 people, one of the parents that was there was extremely, I think she had a lot of great questions, a lot of great input. And so again, I think, Jan kind of hit it where, we're still looking at the inequity in that sense of, all the other schools that have a multi-purpose room, or a gym, and the Sierra Vista and Calaveras do not, and so does, the new school, but, so it makes it a little bit more challenging. The library is the catch-all, I think, for everything, and on the rainy days, if the teachers are not opening up their classrooms, that's kind of where I'm assuming they would go, I don't know, when it's ugly outside, so.
And the teachers deserve their life.
Yeah, so it's, we understand there's still some challenges out there.
And I enjoyed going to the LCAP meeting at Mays. I do appreciate the efforts that the principal is making to involve parents. She seems to be a priority for her. I did find it very dark to walk into the library at night. I was wondering if we could somehow invest in some lighted sandwich signs. There's solar lights you can put on sandwich signs, and kind of pave a pathway going this way. They're not expensive, they're like $100 a piece. But just so parents know to go that way to the library.
That's a good idea. Yeah. Okay, we are on to future agenda items.
I have no future agenda items.
Well, sorry, these are to do with Aaron's department. I was just reading that they have they have a film, some kind of a safety film that you can put on glass windows that stop the bullets.
It's bullet resistant.
Bullet resistant.
We are looking into it. I know that several staff went and toured specific districts that have implemented this film. So
definitely have begun looking into that.
Because I know that one school secretary that I have worked with since 1990, and that's always been her. I'm right here, you know, and it's all glass. And then I don't know if this is the appropriate. I'm not going to say the next one. Probably. I don't think it's appropriate.
Nothing?
Erin, you'll be very happy to know that the city is resurfacing the pickleball courts at Dunn Park. You're off the hook temporarily.
Any announcements or reminders? Yes.
Vote on March 5th.
If you haven't done so already.
Yes.
So,
Oh, and one more. I have one more.
go ahead.
You remember when we did the governance training and they said your agendas are supposed to be about curriculum, about school, about how things are doing? Think about our last agendas. We have not done a lot of, you know, building this, facility this, you know, it's been all about the kids. And look where it has gotten. Just want to remind everybody that we are following what promotes success in the district.
Thank you.
So,
Just as a reminder.
Yeah.
I noticed that our next board meeting was during the break.
I was,
Oh, yeah.
thank you, Kathy.
Yes.
So, I don't know legally, since I know we posted regular board meetings and it's in our bylaws that it's the fourth Tuesday of the month. But, the only thing is that we have those LCAP meetings that already are, unless we were to adjust one of those so that we would not ask staff to come in during a break.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Something that I had put in the update.
You did.
That limited to no staff would be,
Correct.
I'll be here, but,
Correct.
for the board meeting that's during the spring break.
So as a board, could we make the recommendation that we move the March meeting to the week prior?
I could,
And we just
definitely,
maybe move the community engagement day to Monday or Tuesday, or they go Monday or Wednesday. I know we wanted to keep them on Tuesdays, but if we want to not have it during the break so that, you know, Erica's not here by herself and we're not trying to maneuver, you know.
we would we
tag
might not,
and, you know,
we
our
might just
staff
not,
deserve a break as well.
put it, or, stream on YouTube. I mean, that could be the alternative, because legally we don't, it's not required for us to stream on YouTube. We do it as an extra above and beyond, but
Right.
if there is, no one available because it is a non-work day, then we can meet. I mean, we've done that before when our special workshops take place, me and you.
Well, okay, so you don't want to change on the Tuesdays, is that what you're trying to say, or?
I'm okay. I would like to get what your perspective is, and then a date if you would like to change, and then I want to just make sure that that I connect with legal counsel, because it is less than a 30-day change. Is that sufficient for the public? I don't know.
Maybe we should just keep
Can
it.
we put it out a week?
Potentially.
Then it would be within the 30 days. If we didn't bring it in a week, but put it out a week. like
To
the
April
first-
2nd?
For the first week in April.
So we have we have
Huh?
community engagement meetings pretty much,
Yeah,
we're
we
booked.
put it
So we
in.
have one scheduled for the 2nd, which would be the Tuesday at HDLA.
Okay,
Again, unless we move it to a
Yeah.
Monday or Wednesday,
Mhm.
just for that week.
what the community,
The community meeting, yeah.
I mean, here's what I'm in my head envisioning is we have reports basically every regular monthly meeting. And there would be nobody here to deliver reports.
Well,
What about action and discussion items? I mean, that we could do by ourselves, I suppose, but
I
if
know
we had questions, there would nobody to ask.
Right.
And
We-
then we'll- then we have to.
Right. We have been on a very strict schedule with ourselves in regards to how and when we report.
Yeah.
And I think that we are up to date. So potentially it could be that it's a superintendent's report scheduled for March. All the time-sensitive things that need to be done by that day in March, of course, we would have on the agenda. But if there's a,
Capture more on the 12th,
we could potentially,
because we have a special.
we haven't posted that agenda yet unless that becomes the regular, but, I mean, that's
That's
2 weeks
still
away.
They're
That
still
isn't
within that.
within the
Yeah.
30-day window.
Correct.
Yeah.
And we can't cancel.
I don't know if there's a 30-day threshold, I'm saying
Oh,
that.
okay.
And we can't cancel it in lieu of like the budget study session if we have one and that
Well,
sort of
if we
thing.
had a presentation, what I was saying, if there was going to be a need to do a staff report, then it maybe be incorporated into that one.
Okay.
We did.
As you develop the agenda, if that's needed, right?
Yes.
So that way, then, you know, we wouldn't need to have staff come in for that March.
We did have, if you recall, we did have a similar circumstance, but it wasn't due to vacation. We canceled the September regular meeting and we had, all items go into the special agenda, I think before that and
Yeah.
maybe after that, and we
Yeah.
were okay.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
it
it
worked.
could be that with enough time, if we are going to cancel the March regular board meeting, that we do so, and anything beginning tomorrow, team, we
Right.
start preparing for the March 12th board meeting if it is time sensitive.
And if we need to make it earlier, we still haven't, you know.
It's not posted yet, so.
We could do that, right?
Yes.
To give us time to do
Yeah.
budget stuff and then cover the other thing.
Yes. And you're not gonna be able to make it any earlier, on
The March 12th.
March 12th.
I thought we were doing the 3 o'clock.
But if we wanted to incorporate some of the reports that would be presented for the regular board meeting, we would put them into that.
I could possibly, I'll talk with my manager about whether I could switch that day for a Thursday and work on a Thursday instead. I'm pretty sure that she would accommodate. Yeah, I'm sure she would accommodate, and accommodate that. Thank you, word that was not in my mouth. Just now, I have a community meeting from March 5th. I'm
gonna
supposed to
take it
be
forward.
at. Jan will take over for me so that I don't have the 3 weeks in a row.
Whatever you need.
Okay.
Yeah, just let us know.
Well,
We can
yeah,
walk
because
around it.
I've been in her spot.
Yeah.
And I,
Yeah.
so I know.
We're here to- whatever you need, and
Yeah.
if you need us to cover for you on one of those days, just let us
Yeah,
know.
I'm hopeful that I'll be free by April. We'll
Fully
see.
understand.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so are we good with that?
So we're gonna do March 12th, we're gonna add some stuff to March 12th.
Okay.
And, on the 27th, what did we decide?
We're gonna cancel the regular board meeting for March 26th.
So we will publicize that tomorrow, then
Okay.
if that is the direction.
And then we're gonna meet on April 2nd? Or no?
No, this,
No.
we'll just add more into the.
March 12th.
What we have to do.
And if you're able to come a little sooner,
What I'll probably do is just come in the morning, like I did today. That'll be fine, and then I'll be available whenever.
perfect.
Okay, all right. Okay. No other announcements or reminders? No?
I move that we adjourn.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Adjourning at 9:08. 9:08, okay.
Thank you.